Hello and welcome to Tomb Raider The Last Revelation. Hey there Kingslayer, welcome on in. Hope it's going well. Hey Stan, welcome back to another stream today. Hope it's going good. So I decided that the final Tomb Raider game I want to stream for this year is my favourite one. And I won't be finishing the game in this stream, which means next Friday, which is the final Friday of 2023, will be my final Tomb Raider stream for 2023. So I figured I would end the streaming year as far as Tomb Raider is concerned with my favourite entry in the series. You going good, Kingslayer? That's excellent. That's really good. Glad to hear that. Welcome on in. As for me, I'm doing great. I finished my Rise of the Tomb Raider Stealth Challenge, and I wanted to make a start on this playthrough today because I knew that it's going to be one that won't take one stream to do. It'll take a couple. Same here, Kingslayer. I love this game as well. It was my first experience with the Tomb Raider game, and the setting of it is great too, like Egypt. I've always had a bit of an interest in Egypt and mythology there, and the pyramids and all that kind of stuff. And when this game came out, it came out in the same year as the Mummy remake with Brendan Fraser. So in 1999, I was eating good with Egypt-based or set, action adventure kind of things, So that worked out well. Thanks for redeeming the Red Dead 2 redemption character quote. Okay, catch you later then. There we go, that's the quote. It's what Arthur says a lot when he says goodbye to people. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. Just joking. I won't just say that sentence. I could have also went with sure, which Arthur says a lot. Or Dutch is, we need money. Hey Donna, how's things going? Welcome on in. Alright, so let's go. Scroll down. When I'm streaming from my laptop, I like to use my mobile to actually go to IMDb. Lenny! There we go. That's the quote. No, just kidding. Okay, so here's the real one. We're gonna need to come up with a better story for that scar. So, freezing, bleeding, starving, damn near getting eaten to death ain't good enough for you? Always love that interaction with John Marston. And it's also so funny too when you think about Red Dead Redemption 1 and John is like, well, it ain't no secret I didn't get these scars falling over in church. So I like how they have that little thing there. So maybe that's why John Marston comes up with a different story for the scar. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. Donna, you're good. Holidays have begun for you. Oh, hell yeah. That's excellent. That's really cool. I hope you enjoy your holidays. I hope they go real slow too. As for me, I'm doing well. I'm having a good Friday. I finished off my other Tomb Raider playthrough earlier, doing a stealth challenge with Rise of the Tomb Raider. And today and next Friday will be the last Tomb Raider streams for 2023. So I wanted to go with my favourite one in the series, which is this one. So it'll just be a vanilla playthrough, just playing the game from start to finish. Nothing special or any extra sort of things. But yeah, I thought I'd end with my favourite one for 2023.
so, we breach the sanctum of the ancients, the first footfalls in this tomb for centuries.
This place gives me the creeps, after you.
Cambodia, 1984. At this point, Lara's 16. At that point, I was turning 1 year old in November, in real life.
Careful, all is not as it seems. Concealed traps and pitfalls await the unwary. You must stay close and follow my instruction. Good men have died for the information contained herein, and cruel men have bartered the information for their own ends. For this we must respect it. We will not deviate from its route, and you will not deviate from my instruction. This way.
I like that. Even Von Croy is programmed to shimmy in order to actually reach the the thing, like I do sometimes in this game when I misjudge the angle at which to approach certain switches and stuff.
The first obstacle, a small hop to test your, how do you say, pluck. Press and hold walk. Now push forward. Come, come, child, do not fear. This is merely an appetizer for the perils ahead. Push forward and jump together.
This was the first game in the series not to have Croft Manor as an area that you could choose to do, which also acted as a tutorial. So they decided to make the prologue in this game the tutorial section. Get him! Get him, Von Croy! Lara's got no weapons at this point, so Von Croy is the only one that can deal with these enemies. I hate boars in some games. They can be really friggin' annoying. Anyway, I'm pretty sure we can just leave him to it.
Patience, child. Disrespect is a route to carelessness. Our route lays beyond the stream. This gap is wider, and the edges treacherous. First walk to the edge, then press forward and jump together. When you are in midair, press and hold action. You will grab the outcrop. Hold action and press up. Ah, the pace is quickening now, yeah? One more crossing, child. Or do you wish to stop for tea?
Oh, I think I can just about hold it together. Wouldn't want to spill it on your nice suit, at any rate.
Von Croy's nice suit.
This one calls for a run-up. I will go first.
Donnie, you didn't see the old man jump? Yeah. To be honest, I didn't even noticed if he did.
Be careful now, child. We have little time for incompetence. Walk to the edge, then tap back to give yourself a run-up.
Yeah, he definitely jumped across that gap.
A useful crack, rendered by the hand of time, invisible to the untrained eye.
You're a regular superhero, Werner.
Ah, yes, the Superman. There's enough comedy.
Enough comedy. Yeah, you're definitely not Superman.
Run to the wall. Now press forward and hold action to grab on. Now press right to shimmy across.
So that's all I need to do in real life to climb something. I need to press the jump button and then press the action button to hold, and then while holding the action button I need to move the directional button to the right to shimmy across. Sounds simple enough. It was so funny in the early days of video games when they were having characters tell you what buttons to press in actual dialogue.
Now press forward to climb up.
Don't it also reload saves in real life? Oh yeah. Yeah, that would be awesome to be able to do.
This is a high fall. You should lower yourself down to be safe. Turn around to face away from the door. Now press back and hold action. Let go of action to fall to the floor. Your chance to earn your keep, Fräulein. The mechanism to activate the bridge lies at the other side of the stream. These rivers cascade through chambers and caverns deep below these prehistoric foothills. As a consequence...
Freezing, I guessed. The old gout playing up again, Werner?
Hey there, Maxi. Welcome, dude. Betted on red, ball went to black. No worries. I will reload the save. Exactly. Make lots of money that way. It's going well.
Pools, you can swim by pressing jump. Use the directions to navigate through the water. There may be artifacts, trinkets at the bed.
How's things going with you, Maxi? I'm doing well. I'm playing my favorite game in the series as the final Tomb Raider game for this year. And I'll do another stream of it next Friday as well. And then that will see the year out in terms of Tomb Raider stuff. But I don't know whether or not I'll be streaming on Christmas Day or not. So if I don't, then that will be the only day for the rest of the year that I won't be streaming, but I haven't decided yet. Hey Barnes, good evening to you. How's things going? The days when Lara could stay underwater without coming to the surface for, it feels like a minute of real time actually, that she can hold her breath for. Maybe it's not as much.
Your average priceless seaweed.
No prizes for you this time, Lara. Ah well, use forward and left and right to move across the surface until you reach the shore. Then press action to climb out.
Ah, is that how I do it, Werner? How would we ever know what to do without your input? Max, it's been a very busy week, but has calmed down now. How has the streams been? I saw you played Mirror's Edge a while back. That's understandable, dude. Being busy and...
Lever or pressure pad. There must be one close by. When you find it, use action to activate it.
Can be really time consuming, and, you know, depending on how stressful it can be sometimes too, can determine whether or not, you know, it's a good experience. But I'm glad that it's calmed down now for you, dude. And the streams have been going good. It's been great to actually fit in some games I thought I might not be able to get to. So being able to play Deus Ex Human Revolution was really cool. That way I could do my annual playthrough of that and Mankind Divided. Being able to celebrate Mirror's Edge 15th anniversary was also good too. And the Splinter Cell games, it's been absolutely cool to be able to stream those. Barnes, today was your last day of work, was it? Oh, cool. I hope it was a good one. And I hope that you enjoy the time off that you'll have. They are great games, Maxi, yeah. I might have to do... there's a couple of games that are celebrating anniversaries that I might have to actually do next year. But like one of them was Ocarina of Time, because that's celebrating its 25th, and Prince of Persia 2008, the reboot, celebrating its 15th. But those will probably have to be next year. I mean, I might be able to fit in a playthrough of Prince of Persia 2008. I mean, out of the two games, Ocarina of Time and Prince of Persia, the 2008 reboot, I could probably do the Prince of Persia game in one stream if I need, if I could. But yeah, have to wait and see. Barnes now for 6 months long service leave, then retirement in July. Oh, so 6 months. That's definitely a big chunk of time. That's good that you've got that amount of time, as well as that. So July, that won't take long to come by. That's for sure. Time can run really fast. Maxi can never turn down a Deus Ex playthrough. Definitely not. It was so fun. I love playing through those games. Next year I'll be doing the original as well. Be good to play that for the first time.
You will catch your death in those clothes, my dear. A quick sprint up that ladder will dry you out again.
Such concern. I never knew you cared.
Dear Lara, you are a valuable asset to the quest.
You are romantic, you.
Yes, quite. Walk up to the ladder. Now press and hold action to climb up onto it. Keep this button pressed and use forward to climb to the top.
Oh, really,
There'll be
Maxi?
another lever up there. Pull it, then get back down here quickly. The quest is nearly at an end.
That's crazy. PlayStation's 30th anniversary will be next year. Damn. There were so many great games on that PS1. Harbinger, PS1 30-year anniversary, all games marathon. Oh man, that would I would have to do it as like if I were to, I would just do it as a showcase thing. But I mean, there's definitely games that came out for the PS1 that I could do playthroughs of. Maxi, wonder what things they'll bring, like custom-made DualSense controllers. Yeah, they might even like do a retro version of the original controller and stuff.
Swiftly across the vines now. Now press forward to swing across. Don't let go of action or you will again be for the plunge.
I like the prologue in this game because it's very similar to Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. In that movie at the start, there's a prologue where we see Indiana Jones when he was a teenager, and we see how he got his fedora hat, we see how he got the scar on his chin, we see how he got the whip, we see how he became afraid of snakes, you know, all these sorts of things. And it was cool that he wasn't afraid of snakes before he fell into a pit of snakes inside the train that's a circus train. There was like, you know, 100 of these little snakes. Well, they weren't little, but they were snakes that were writhing around, and that's how he became afraid of snakes. You know, so the idea of having the start of the story be a flashback was something that was done in that Indiana Jones movie. It was done in this Tomb Raider game, and then it was done in Uncharted 3 and 4, and even done in the reboot Tomb Raider games with Shadow of the Tomb Raider. In this prologue, we see how Lara got her backpack. We don't see how she got her dual guns, though. They must have felt that having a 16-year-old with dual pistols wouldn't have been a good message. Before Shay Cormac uttered the words, Lara uttered some words that people who know Shay Cormac from Assassin's Creed series will recognize the same quote that Lara's going to say soon. Welcome back, Ryu. You got it, Harbinger. Maxi, the dual pistols in Tomb Raider 2013 at the end was awesome. Shame they didn't bring them in Rise. Yeah, that version of Lara actually possesses them because they're Roth's pistols. In the Blood Ties DLC for Rise of the Tomb Raider, you can actually see them and find them. So it's a shame that we didn't actually get them in Shadow either. Earlier we were talking about how different doesn't always equal good. Oh yeah, I mentioned how just because something's done differently doesn't automatically make it a good thing.
There is no mention of this in the texts. I fear this must be opened internally. We must enter through the grate and be wary of snares.
I presume by we, you refer to me.
Yeah. My heavier frame may activate traps. You will pass unnoticed.
How convenient.
Well, it's actually a bit away from...
Stand facing the grate. Now, press and hold the crouch button. Push forward to crawl into the gap. Be alert.
There it is, Lara's iconic backpack. Well, soon to be hers. I like how they make a moment out of it. This is the backpack, well, I assume. This is the same backpack that Lara will keep all the way up until the start of Angel of Darkness, where she's been chased by the dogs and accidentally gets it hooked on something and loses it. Earlier we were talking about, Bill and Ted's Burgers Journey is an example of different being good, and it still kept the spirit of excellent adventure. That's true, it really did, and it was still in line with the characters as well. I still think it's a really solid sequel. I haven't seen the third one, so I don't know what that one's like, but so much time has passed between the second and the third, so it would be understandable that it would have a whole different feel. But that first one and the second movie being so close to each other did pretty good.
A backpack. Let us hope it does not hold the same luck for you as its previous owner.
I make my own luck, Werner. What now?
Now we save, because I realise I haven't saved yet. Okay, so the last time I saved was in the previous playthrough to this. I can't even remember now what playthrough it was, but the next save will be the 2781st save. No, actually more. Whoops. This marks save 3367 across all the times I've played this game on this version. the PC version. How did you guess? You just guessed the quote. Oh, you did? Well, I don't blame you for using that as a guess. Maxi, that's a lot of saves. It really is. Like, these old school games can make you think, oh yeah, I'll make that jump. Run, jump, oh fuck. Now I've got to redo everything I did from the previous save 15 minutes ago back to where I died.
Dive through the gap. Dive through the gap. Press jump to perform a diving roll.
You doing different can be tricky. There's nothing wrong with it as long as it's still good and keeps the spirit of the original. Exactly. There's certain elements that become key elements that need to be carried across, but when you want to add new things, it's also important to think about whether or not they go against what was already established previously or not, to create some kind of consistency, which doesn't always happen. You know, there's so many franchises that even early on with the first sequel are very inconsistent.
The Garden of the Five Towers. To the right, the path of the heretical. To the left is the route of the virtuous.
You know me, Werner. A regular virtuoso.
Now it becomes interesting, yeah? You see now it is not for the weak of heart. How do you hold up, girl?
Oh, I think I could get used to this.
Push forward. Now press and hold action. When you are hanging from the ledge, hold down crawl to squeeze into the gap.
You would say Disney Star Wars is how you do it the wrong way. It does different in a way that betrays the original story and characters. Yeah, and there's missed opportunities too, like when Han Solo dies, there should have been a funeral scene for him. But also, there should have been a scene where Leia, Han, and Luke actually reunite together, you know? Even if it was like only a scene that went for like a couple of minutes, that would have been really good. Whoops, accidentally skipped a bit of dialogue, but that's okay.
And now for the last. You are an exemplary student, Lara, although you have not yet learned the root of all adventuring, the craving to win at whatever cost. I throw down the gauntlet to you, my child. Whoever is first to the iris claims the prize.
Watch your back, old man. I warn you, I'll pull no punches.
I expected no less. On the count of 3. 1, 2...
I friggin' forgot where to go. Anyway, you'll see the dialogue that happens if he wins.
I am not such an old man after all, yeah? Come here, child. The mechanism will require us both to release it.
The plinth inscription warns of vengeance on those who remove it.
Ah, ancient hocus pocus. Forget this nonsense and come over here.
I don't count poisoned darts and triggered entombment, your average Charles Tea Party. I feel we should lend this some respect.
Ah, and you are the world-famous archaeologist adventurer Lara Croft, yeah? No, I am the renowned archaeologist adventurer Werner von Croy, and you will do as I say. Go to the wall and pull the lever.
What was it you said? Disrespect is the route to carelessness?
I am weary of this. Pull the lever now, Miss Croft.
On your head be it, Von Croy.
This foreshadows later when Lara unleashes the spirit of Set upon the world by taking the Amulet of Horus.
Have faith in experience, child, and you will learn more than simple...
You were saying?
My leg! My leg! I am trapped! My leg is trapped! Help me, Lara! Help me!
Hold on! I'm coming back to get you!
You don't actually find out how Von Croy survived until the next game, Chronicles. But that device, the Iris, it's actually a device that allows you to teleport. Ben. Oh my god, Lara, why would you do that? Somehow, he survived. Star Wars Writers 2023. That's all you need now. In any story that you write, if there's a character that died before, and beyond a question of a doubt, they died, all you have to do is have a character go, somehow they survived, and that just explains it all. We don't need any extra explanation. It absolves you of any sort of like lazy writing that you might be accused of. You just say, well, somehow they survived. Just somehow it happened. I don't know how it happened, just somehow. You know, give the characters knowledge of something that they shouldn't really have and just have them explain it by somehow he survived. Somehow we found out. We just don't know. You don't know these things. Sometimes you just find out by just finding out. Not worried about getting secrets and stuff for this playthrough, just playing through vanilla way.
No.
Yes, Lara. No. The Eye of Horus. I'm doing good, thanks, Power. Welcome. How's things with you? Exactly, that's true, yep. Oh, that's great. That's good that you're doing well. Yeah, it's funny because when I swear and get angry at games, that's when I can sometimes, because I've been streaming for so long now that there is a certain way that I talk while on stream that kind of isn't exactly 100% the way that I would normally talk, but it depends on contexts and stuff like that. But yeah, sometimes I'll get mad at a game and you'll hear me, you'll hear my Australian accent come through a bit stronger. Oh, nice one, Power. Yeah, Tomb Raider 3, that's a really good game. That one celebrated its 25th anniversary this year. But that one's a good one. Harbinger, need a Rod Rage emote for the games that make you rage. Yeah, I have thought about that before. Especially if I could make it an animated one, because there's more slots made available for that. Rod Leg Shad. Oh. It's the curse! Beware the curse! As Benny from The Mummy would say. Lara definitely can jump pretty high in these old school Tomb Raider games. It's like her legs have springs. Might get some secrets, but not worried if I miss any. But they can be good to find because you can get health kits and other sorts of things. I actually have a YouTube channel, Power, that I export all the VODs to, but I don't really have it set up as like a channel for like original content or anything like that. I've done a few things already on there, like I've had, there was a video tribute I did for Prince of Persia Sands of Time to celebrate its 20th anniversary. But if you put !YouTube in chat, it'll come up with a link to the YouTube. Power, nice, you're on both here and YouTube, but you're coming back to Twitch next year. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's good that you got both. This year was when I started to actually export a lot of VODs to my YouTube. Imhotep. Imhotep. I haven't seen that Mummy remake for a long time. I remember seeing it a few times at the movies when it came out. Then watching it a dozen times on VHS, then a dozen more on DVD, and then a dozen more on Blu-ray. Well, if it isn't my little buddy Benny, I think I'll kill you. Think of my children. You don't have any children. Someday I might. There's just so many funny quotes and stuff in that movie. A lot of really good action sequences as well. Then she just saw the Insomniac Games leaks. Yeah, that's something I haven't actually looked at. But I heard that the hacker who got the clips and stuff for GTA 6 got life in prison hospital. Apparently until he's deemed by doctors to be stable enough to be released into society again. Apparently his lawyers tried to say that Rockstar has made a lot of money out of the, or will make a lot of money out of the game, so it shouldn't have hurt them financially to have those leaks happen. It's like, what? It's like saying, you know, this big company makes lots of money anyway, so if I steal products of theirs, it's okay. I shouldn't be arrested or charged for theft or anything, because they'll make that money back anyway. You'll love the logic of some people. O'Connell. Hey, O'Connell. It looks to me like I've got all the horses. Hey, Benny. Looks to me like you're on the wrong side of the river. Thanks for redeeming that Arnie impression, quoting that movie, The Mummy. Thank you, Homager. Zen, you know when you're, it looks like a huge damage to company Insomniac, you know when you're reading those amounts of money and then realize that you're munching on cheap bread while reading. Fucking life, man. Yeah. I mean, that's definitely one way to look at it. But then you also have companies that were founded by people who worked hard to get where they were too, as well. But then you get people who didn't work hard to get what they got. They were just given to it because they were related to a certain person. Dan, you really feel for the developers because you are in a similar position, in a different scale maybe, but the stress and hard work is the same. Well, that's it too, you know. And different jobs have different kinds of pros and cons, and sometimes what one might consider work that's hard might to some seem easy. But if you were to get them to do the same thing that the other person was doing, then they would actually realize that there's more to that actual job than what may appear on the surface. But same with the other job, you know, and people are just good at what they're good at. You might have someone who's good with their hands, so they're good at doing jobs where they have to get in there and do things physically, you know, whereas someone might be better with their mind, and so they're going to have something that they can do. And so someone who thinks that the person using their mind a lot for a job is having it easy, some might think the same of them. But then again, you can have people working a job that's very mentally oriented that can also do physical jobs and vice versa. So it's not like a either or thing as well. But yeah, different positions, different jobs in different industries with different requirements and also different skill sets needed with certain things, and It's not a one-size-fits-all thing. Hey there, Code. Others work hard for greatness. Some get it as a graduation gift. Yeah, it's like, you know, this is your prize that you get for simply being related. You get all this money and you get all this stuff, you know. And I mean, there's people who, you know, like famous people who their parents were famous, but they themselves still had to do work to get where they are. But then that's the thing, right? You get some people who are born into a rich family who don't want to do the things that the person that made the family rich had to do. And so what they see as being the thing that was done might be like, I shouldn't have to do that. I should just be given it, you know. Well, there's definitely a lot of, you know, kids of celebrities who are like, fuck you. My parent is this actor, therefore I should get everything I want. You know, it's like... But then there's some that would be like, hey, you know what? Just because I'm related to this person doesn't mean that I want everything given to me. I just want to, you know, work on my own. Like Nicolas Cage, for example, his real last name is actually Coppola. He's actually the nephew of director Francis Ford Coppola. But he wanted to change his last name because he felt that he was only being considered for roles because of who he was related to, not from any sort of like of his own merit. And so he decided to change his last name, and he ended up having a successful career with a different name. Stand pressure from higher-ups, unclear expectations, unrealistic deadlines, toxic managers, on top of those personal life difficulties. That's it. You know, like, there's just some people who run a business that run it in such a way that the people who are working there are simply just numbers to them. But then you get people who really want their employees to feel like they're more than just, you know, someone that turns up to work and does the job and then goes home as well. That's no worries at all, Stan. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk. I hope that work goes well. Ooh, that was lucky that worked out that way. I mean, I've gone the wrong way, but that could have ended very badly. Could have died. The Hand of Sirius. Seriously, that's what it said. Aha, the ropes. I love swinging on ropes in these old school Tomb Raider games. When it's one rope, it's fine, but when you have to swing from one rope to another rope, it can be very misleading with how you line Lara up with the first rope. See, you would think from this angle that Lara would be able to actually get to the rope. I mean, you know, that's the angle that it is, but run, jump, grab. Oh, so now Lara grabs it. Ah. I did nothing different that time around than what I did the other time. Oh. That time I did something wrong. Alright, let's try that again. There we go. Hey, good morning, Lucinda. Welcome on in. How is Tomb Raider Revelation going, and why is it your favorite? It's going really well. We're still very early in the game. But it's going well so far. I don't know how far I'll get in this stream, but I wanted to make a head start on it. And it's my favorite because, number one, it's the first one that I ever played, so it's kind of got that aspect to it. It's also set in a part of the world that I like games and movies being set in, Egypt. And I'm also someone who likes Egyptian mythology and stuff. And the same year this came out as well, The Mummy remake with Brendan Fraser came out. So that year I had two Egypt set things to do with, you know, Egyptian mythology, mummies and all that kind of stuff. Plus I like the story as well. Lara finds an amulet of Horus and she basically kickstart the apocalypse, and she has to, you know, make things right. And I'm a sucker for stories about characters doing the wrong thing but then redeeming themselves. So there's that too as well. But the music and the atmosphere is really cool. So yeah, there's quite a few things that make it my favorite. Last Revelation. Yep, the last one. They actually wanted this to be the last Tomb Raider game, but then the higher ups were like, this game is also popular, give us another Tomb Raider. And they were like, oh, okay. Some of the devs were real and truly sick of making Tomb Raider games by this point. But it's a good one. Hey there, Lizzie, good morning. I hope things are going well. Lucinda, I gotcha. Nice, sounds like an epic year. It was. There was a lot of really good, well, there was a lot of movies and stuff that came out that year that I ended up enjoying a lot. The first Matrix came out that year. The Sixth Sense came out that year. The first Silent Hill came out that year. So many great movies came out. Now that I think about it, even a movie that would star Angelina Jolie, who would go on to play Lara Croft, came out in 1999 as well. That was the Bone Collector, which was kind of like Seven. It was a thriller, a murderer going around killing people. I think from memory they would actually take a piece of bone from the body or something to that effect. Had Denzel Washington in it too. He was really good in it. Okay, I'm forgetting shit. And there's something else I've forgotten. It's not that. Code, the villains had some bone to pick up. Yeah. They had a few bones to pick with people. Literally. They had a list and they were like, I'm being facetious, this isn't actually in the movie, but to carry on with what you're putting down, Code, they had a list of all the people that they had a bone to pick with. And they were literally like, I'm going to take a bone from the body of each person. More shoddy shells. Lizzie, good, though you have finally figured out why you don't like Christmas much anymore besides the whole seasonal depression thing. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're going good, but I don't blame you for not really. You know, like, it's not that I hate it or anything, but it's just another day for me, really. Just another day on the calendar to come and go. This is what I needed to get. Damn it. I was just about to stop. Alright, so where the hell did I save last? Wait. Lizzie, most of your friends are in the music business and thus you only see them at public gigs, but during this time of the year, they're all playing private and corporate gigs. Yeah. Yeah, I imagine that would be in a lot of demand as well, getting close to the end of the year. And probably for like New Year's stuff, I imagine as well, would be the same thing. I mean, it'd be good if you could, organize some time, with some of your friends, over Christmas.
I, Semaket, High Priest of Horus, forewarn that he who
removes
removes
the amulet shall have released Set. He who walked abroad with the jackals at the dawn of man shall once again violate the earth. Set, ruler of evil, will again be free at the turn of the distant millennia. At his heel, plagues and locusts.
Harvests fail under the broken skies. My trusty companion returns.
The amulet, woman!
Once called forth, shall the heavens split asunder, and the light of the sun, god Horus, banish the Lord of Darkness, Set. I wouldn't advise it.
straight away the enemies start rushing you. That's why it's good to just start shooting first and ask questions later. Did that without losing too much health, so that worked out. That worked out well. Lizzie, thankfully you're seeing one of them next week. Well, that's good. It's good that they can take some time out of their schedule to actually, you know, spend some time with you and that. So hopefully you enjoy yourself, and hopefully there'll be more friends that you'll be able to visit or, you know, meet and stuff. Hey Sheila, welcome on in. It's going really good, thank you, dude. Things are going well. Having a good Friday. Finished off Rise of the Tomb Raider. Now playing my favorite one. To see the end of my stream year out in terms of Tomb Raider stuff, decided to play my favorite game in the series. So I'll do this stream, and then next Friday will be the last Tomb Raider stream for 2023. How's things going with you? Very important to get the keys to the quad bike. Oh, not the quad bike, the Jeep, I mean. Sheila, sounds awesome. Yeah. There was a part in Rise of the Tomb Raider where you're under the water, under some ice, and there's holes in the ice, and there's like 5 or 6 enemies that are above you. They're searching for you, and they have like... I think they've got like thermal vision, and they've got laser sights on their rifles and stuff. When I got up to this point in Rise of the Tomb Raider, I had about 22 or 25. I can't remember the exact number, but when I got to that point, there were 20 or so restarts of the checkpoint I had to do due to getting detected. When I got to that section of the game, because I couldn't use survival instincts, I couldn't kill with weapons that weren't melee, I couldn't have an enemy see a dead body, I had to take them out without being detected. For about an hour, I tried to get past that point with my challenge rules. And then I got to a point where it reached 66 restarts before I decided, hey, I need to actually make an exemption for this section. So I treated it as a combat scenario in which I could use whatever weapons I wanted and not be detected. But yeah, for about an hour, I tried to get past that part using the rules I had set up. And at the start of the stream, it was only in the 20 count, in the 20s for reloading of checkpoints. But by the time I finished that section, it was in the 60s. And there were a few reloading of checkpoints after that as well. So that was probably the most difficult part of that challenge with those rules that I had set. So once I got past that part, all the other ones weren't as difficult, and so got the game done. With time to spare to do some of this game, which worked out well. I wasn't going to be getting this game done in one stream, I can tell you that, so... but being able to get a head start on it, plus there being one more Friday this week, in the year, meant that I could do this game.
Fools! The Croft woman has outsmarted you, yeah? And now she escapes. The amulet, Herr von Croy. It talks of the priest, Semerket.
Semerket.
Mon Dieu, Lara?
Jean-Yves, my faithful friend.
I fear this is not a social visit.
Only if you want Von Croy gate-crashing the party.
Von Croy,
I think he was looking for this.
the Amulet of Horus. An almost legendary artifact. So, you have found and opened the tomb of Set. This doesn't bode well. Translating from the Hebrew, he who removes the amulet shall once more release the dark power of Set. And Set saith, I am the shadow across the sun. I am the bringer of plagues. My wrath will consume all lands and shall be ceaseless.
The power to summon the sun god Horus to rebind the evil Set shall only be revealed to the bearer of the amulet within the temple of Semerket at Karnak.
The ceremony is complete as the armor of Horus summons the sun god. The armor of Horus. At the dig site in Alexandria, my men talk fearfully of this.
The armor must also be Von Croy's goal.
Only one so ignorant of the prophecies would dabble with such a prehistoric evil. Ah, yes. Releasing Set. But how could you have known, my dear?
Time to put things right and remove a thorn in my side in the process.
Yeah, listen to the M-mulets. M-ulet. It's like ignorant instead of ignorant. I like how the calendar in his at his house actually is December. And it's December right now. Ignorant. Rod Legion. Taking words and just changing how you pronounce them. Lara Croft. Lara Croft. Tombi. Tombi Raider. I'm playing Tombi Raider. The last Revelation. The last Revelation. Hey Bandarin, you wonder what he cooked for dinner? Just a few arms and a few legs. Maybe some heads as well. He is a cannibal. No. Benderin, well, the pot was pretty big. It definitely was. That was the funny thing with a lot of these games, is the size and scale of certain objects not being realistic and relative, relative to other things. Like, you'll get tables that Lara is actually, you'll get tables that are really big that will go from the ground to Lara's shoulders. Things like that. Or there'll be like a big giant lock on a door, and the key is tiny. There's those things where they were trying to get the scale and things correct of stuff. But I don't know how much of that is because the games were, these games specifically, were designed with a grid-based level design in mind. And having, a certain width things needed to be, and timing out Lara's actual steps and distance, things like that. Because, like, for example, if you want to get to that other ledge from this here, you can do it, I think, but you have to grab as you fall, otherwise you'll just fall down. And there's also parts where you can do long jumps by it's kind of hard to explain, but if what you're standing on is done in an L-shape grid, you can basically go around the corner of the L shape using the amount of space there is on the ground for Lara's run up. But then just before you jump, you can start to move her trajectory to the left or right a bit and make her kind of like curve as she jumps. It's kind of hard to explain, but it's easier to actually show when there's a part where you can do it. But it's interesting with these old school Tomb Raider games and how they had that kind of thing where you had Lara taking one step forward a certain distance by holding down the walk, and then same going back or to the sides. And then when you just tap forward once or backwards, those sorts of distances, versus when you're running and then jump, and how much distance you have to do a run up before you have to jump, that kind of thing goes all the way back to the original Prince of Persia, because when they did that game, they worked out the distance of things based on the width of tiles on the ground. And so, for example, if you wanted to do a run and jump, you would need to have 3 tiles of ground to actually make the jump. However, there was a trick where you could actually do a run and jump on only 2 tiles. What you had to do was, let's just say that where this wall is that Lara's against is the furthest back on the two like grids, or whatever you want to call it, 2 steps or plates. If you wanted to actually make the jump with only 2, you would have to go further back as you could, run forward, then run back, and then run forward again. And as you run forward again, then you would actually press the jump button, and the prince would actually make a long jump with only 2 tiles, whereas normally you need 3 tiles. So it's interesting how you go from a game from 1989 where it was like tile based, and then you go to a game, the first Tomb Raider being in 1996, where it's a similar kind of concept, but it's done in a grid, because it's a 3D space, obviously. Whereas the Prince of Persia, the old school, was the 2D plane. But there's all these little tricks and stuff that you'll see players use in these Tomb Raider games as well. Like, there's certain things that Lara doesn't have to run at them and then vault up on them. I've already done it a few times, and people who already know this will be like, yeah, we know. But just for people who don't know, instead of having Lara climb up like this, you can just basically go to the wall of it, press back once, and then jump forward, and she'll actually make it to the top of it without having to do that climb. So there's all these little shortcut things that you can actually take as well. And it wasn't in the first game, but in the second game, they introduced the ability for Lara to actually jump and then change which direction she's facing mid-jump. Like that. So there's all these little cool, like, little acrobatic things that you can do. And of course, you can also do that when you're shooting. So if there's an enemy that's coming at you, you can run, then jump, and then spin around and jump over them, and then keep the flow of shooting them going. Hey, Lidus, welcome on in. You're so mad you got nervous all this time and didn't notice you were on. You would have raided you. Oops. Oh, that's okay, Lidus. That's no trouble at all. Thanks for joining in. I hope you had a great stream. It's good to see you in chat again. What were you actually playing? Oh, so Urban Rain. Urban Rain, that sounds familiar. I don't know if I've played that before or not, or if I've seen it. But I hope you had a great stream of it. You passed your finals. 2 A's, 2 A pluses, 2 A's, a C plus, and a C. Oh, hell yeah, Lidus. That's good, dude. That's great. Really well done. Did you have to wait long to get your results? Because that can be frustrating too sometimes. The actual anticipation and waiting for getting the results of your exams. Lidus, there are achievements for that game. Oh, for Urban Rain, is there? You're upset about the C+. You were hoping for a B or something. You got it yesterday. It was annoying as fuck. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, there's definitely sorts of, like, grades that you're looking for and that. And it's understandable to be, disappointed with that. But, I mean, overall, dude, like, that definitely is some good results. Just want to backtrack for a moment. Make sure I got everything that I wanted to get. Those ones can't be destroyed. Ben Darren, you walking around like this makes you think of the YouTube video on AI that learns to play Tomb Raider. It's pretty funny. First episode is like Lara learning how she can move and interpret the environment. I think I might have had a little bit of a look at one of those videos, actually. I think it was the first Tomb Raider game as well. But yeah, that's the interesting thing, having AI voices with, characters, and having the AI voice think of things to say that aren't scripted by the character but could make some kind of sense, But then again, because of how early we're still in with the AI stuff, it would seem that there's definitely a lot of, funny circumstances that can arise that wouldn't necessarily match what was intended in terms of, like, what's actually happening in the game. But as things get more refined in that way, it's going to be interesting to see how they manage to improve that kind of thing. I'm not really against using AI for that stuff. It's just how it's used is more of the issue as well. And there still has to be some kind of guiding hand, like, for For example, if you're going to do a serious game, then you don't want the AI, especially for the main character, to start to. I mean, for comedic purposes, it would be funny, no doubt, but you wouldn't necessarily want the character just to break out in song randomly, singing something random. Like, could you imagine if there was a serious moment where someone was getting killed that was very important to the character and they were just doing like this dance in front of them? Like, I mean, it is a bit funny when you think about it, but I guess what I'm trying to say is you're still going to need someone that reviews what the AI has actually created and make decisions as to whether or not that aspect should be kept or not, you know? Ben Darren, NVIDIA has a tech thing with AI-driven NPCs they're trying to promote for the new game development. For AI-driven dialogue, you should add for NPC. Yeah, I think Ubisoft were also looking into that for some of their games as well. To have NPCs with the AI enough to come up with new things to actually say, and obviously wanting to have a certain amount of those available so that you can have an NPC who says more than just what they're supposed to say, does more than just say things related to one topic or anything like that, to create a sort of situation where it feels more natural. As in, if you went down the street and you were hearing people talking, the kinds of things that they're talking about are obviously not scripted. And to get that sense in a video game, using AI to try and replicate that. Another application for like AI generated dialogue for NPCs I just thought about is what kinds of things they might say in relation to what you as the player are doing. So you might have a situation where you as the main character are attacking someone and an NPC might be walking past. Now obviously if they want the NPC to react to that, they have to give it a set of like instructions for it to recognize what's happening and then, you know, pick a response to what's happening and apply it, you know, to that situation. But if you had the AI to be able to come up with a random thing to say, it could be anything from, hey, stop that, to, what the fuck are you doing? Or, you asshole, get away from them. Or, you're a fucking piece of shit, leave them alone. You know what I mean? Like, any variation of what the AI might generate as a response for, in my example, an NPC seeing you as the main character bashing someone up, you know. Whereas otherwise, they might have just been scripted to say one or two different things like, hey, you, or stop that, you know. That's a very, like, basic example to create, but that kind of thing where you just don't know exactly what the character's going to say in reaction to that, because it could be anything. And you could play the scenario 50 times over and get 50 different kinds of responses. Or you might have a character who is doing something in a crowd of people, and the crowd of people turn to look at the person, and then after you've actually done whatever you're doing as a character, when the crowd goes back to normal, quote-unquote normal, you might have AI generated dialogue from those NPCs in the crowd saying various things based on what they saw. And one of them might be like, oh, what an idiot that guy was, or man, I'm going to post this to my you know, socials about this. And then later on in the same game, maybe in like a few days in game time, you might go past the same spot and have an AI go, hey, I remember you were being stupid the other day, you know, like things like that would be interesting to have. In this game, there's a lot of going from one area to another that's separated by a loading screen. And if you want to save your health kits, it's a good idea to not use your health kits all the time to heal yourself. If you can manage to get to a different section, whenever you go through a loading screen, you get all your health back. It's not exclusive to this Tomb Raider game either. It happened in the ones before it. But this game specifically has giant chunks of the game environment that's separated by loading screens. Not like, here's the end of the level, therefore there's a loading screen for the next level kind of thing, but hey, there's this whole section you've just gone through, now here's the loading screen so it can load the next section for you, and you can go back and forth between the two sections, and each time you go through the loading screen, you get your health back again. So I do use that a lot. That's a good way to save on using a lot of health kits all the time. Especially if you know you're getting close to the end of a level and you got low health, you may as well just get through the level, and then you'll get all your health back at the start of the next level, or in this game's case, the next section.
After her!
They're not actually ninjas, but I like to think of them as ninjas. Von Croysen and his ninja cronies. Ben Darren, yeah, I think the idea is AI dialogue will be like ray tracing for modern games eventually. Both a time save for developers and more natural looking or sounding experiences for the player. Yeah. Yeah, and, you know, obviously with a lot of stuff in its early stages, there's a lot of kinks to be ironed out and things like that, but there's also a lot of potential for things to advance to a certain point. Potentially you could have every NPC in a GTA game talk to you as very different personalities instead of saying the same lines like now. Yeah. And the other thing is too, if you can make AI generate individual NPCs that are as different to each other as in real life people are as different to each other. I mean, obviously there's certain facial structure types and stuff that more than one person can have, but it's not as simple as, hey, this NPC has the same face but we just gave them a mustache, or, you know, this NPC had red hair, now we're going to give it black hair, you know. Things that go beyond that IRL, because, you know, there's more to someone's face than just even what we look at in broad strokes. There's definitely a lot of like minute differences that can be in someone's face that make them unique to someone else. And so being able to do that and have that kind of like thing in video games would be cool as well. Instead of just having like, you know, 5 different variations on the same person that just gets randomly generated, you know, actually have 100 NPCs that if you line them all up in a row, each one would be individual and you wouldn't see like a double up or any, you know, triple ups or anything like that. Darren, AI face generation is already a thing, so it should be possible. Yeah, just have to make sure they don't end up having 5 eyes and and you know, 2 noses, things like that. Something else I just thought of too. You know how like if someone is wearing like a shirt and then they've got like a jacket over the top, and you know, you might have not anticipated that it would end up getting really hot, and so you take your jacket off when you're doing something. You know, like you might be inside a shop looking at something on a shelf, and then you're like, you know what, it's actually pretty hot, and then you take your jacket off, right, and then you tuck it under your arm or whatever and go about your business. That's something else that you could do for AI with NPCs, is have them randomly do things like that. I mean, you can already make people, NPCs, look in their pocket and pull out their phone and all that kind of stuff. But even like little things like that, even some people, like even an NPC that you could have AI realize that their shoelace isn't tied up properly. But then you might have an AI that doesn't notice that their shoelace isn't tied up properly and they end up tripping over. You know, like little individual events that an NPC actually can do that can be randomly generated and stuff. Yeah, Darren. It'll be so funny. Like imagine too if you had like AI for birds, so that your character could be walking along and all of a sudden a bird shits on their head, you know. Things like that you're not expecting. Or a dog does a crap on the ground and your character walks through it, and then they stop and they look at their shoe and they're like, ugh, you know, like just things like that that are just random. I mean, a lot of this stuff, yeah, you could make it seem randomized, but if you get AI advanced enough, you would be able to make it that these random things are just something that the AI decides to do on its own. You know, that you might not have thought of. Like, an NPC might decide to just punch someone out for no reason. There's no reason, like, given. Like, it's just, you know, random. Something random like that. I guess, though, there is a way to simulate that kind of thing, but it's very different to simulate something versus making it create things completely outside of the parameters that would normally be given to work around. Like, if an NPC has 5 different things that they are programmed to be able to do, and the game randomly assigns out of those 5 them to be doing something at any given time, then that's simulating realistic behavior. But it's not giving the AI, it's not giving the NPC the full range of things that realistically people have at their disposal when they're doing certain things. And Darren, you played Mafia 2 recently. You think they went overboard with how often the NPCs fell on the ice on the sidewalks? So it didn't feel organic when every pedestrian fell every few meters. Lol, clearly a scripted behavior. Yeah, yeah, that kind of thing. You know, it can create a lot of humor and stuff. It's like a glitch where an NPC is just continually walking at a wall and not turning around and going the other way. Harbinger, Tomb Raider 4 with an underwater breathing bar. Reboot trilogy with that one. That's true. Yeah, you sort of have, they decided to go for more of a, well, I mean, a no HUD kind of thing where it's like you have the screen going, you know, a certain way to let you know that your character's about to die, you know, things like that. Doing away with some kind of like bar and stuff. Which I think it would be cool for players who prefer to have that kind of thing, for that to be something that could be in the options. I think that'd be kind of interesting. There is a clue for those who are wondering how to actually even find out that there was a invisible part of the, I guess from the perspective of being underwater, the actual roof. If you look at the reflection, you can actually see the gap in the reflection showing you where the spot is that the actual piece is invisible. Which is something they use again later in one of the levels where there's these spike traps. And the only way to see where the spike traps actually are is to look at the reflection showing you their position. And that brings us back to this spot. And now that we have the other canopic jar, we just go and put that in, and then that will make some magic happen on the water. It's a miracle. Lara can walk on water. I swear, there's a funny audio glitch that happens there where it sounds like water sound effects taking place either instead of other ones or over the top of other ones. See, that sound. So there's a trick here. As you can see, he's deflecting my bullets. Here's a trick. As soon as you put your weapon away, the AI for the enemy is like, I need to put my weapon away. And in the meantime, if you press the button again to pull your guns out and start shooting, you can still get some hits in before the enemy AI realizes, oh shit, I need to be defending myself again. But it's not a trick, it's Neo. Speaking of Neo and the Matrix, this game came out the same year. But yeah, it's a good trick. Sometimes they'll actually stop doing that and they'll come at you with their other weapon, but something that can come in handy. Harbinger, that's why you said it, is it? I gotcha. You need to watch out for the Blair Witch as well. You never know where the Blair Witch is going to turn up. Put you in the naughty corner, make you face it. Uzi 9mm. That's my favorite pattern of gunshots that you can do. That's what you have to do to get that pattern of gunfire to happen. You have to have Lara shooting with one gun to start with, and then time it right to swing her around to face the enemy square on, so that she'll start shooting the other gun with that timing. As opposed to just both being shot at the exact same time. Code laughing your ass off as you read the newspaper. Not here, but down to south in an army base of sorts. A restaurant that serves officers and partly normal customers had a bit of a quality issue. A vegan meal did have an unwanted add-on. A small rodent piggybacked a ride and was cooked as part of the meal. Not kosher? Oh no! Imagine that. Like, look, I eat meat. I admit, you know, I like eating chicken and, you know, pork and stuff, but rat? No. I would be just as annoyed to have a rat in my meal. Wonderful. This can be tricky because we have to move these to face a certain way. And the only way you can see from where you have to turn it, what you're actually turning, which direction you're facing, is through the grates, looking down, which can be a bit difficult. But we need to get the tips of these obelisks, basically, so that they're actually facing each other in the like from the different rooms, so that they all hit the obelisk in the middle here. Hello there, Cody. How's things going, Cody? Alright, so that one and that one is facing the right way. But the one that was furthest back is facing the wrong way, so I'll just go up here and... Alright, so whichever position I'm in up the top there, if I can get the thinner side on my right side, then I know I just have to turn it one more time around to the right. That's excellent, Cody. I'm glad to hear that you're going good. That's excellent. As for me, I'm doing well. I had a good stream earlier of Rise of the Tomb Raider. Managed to get through the stealth challenge. Although there was a section where I ended up having to reload the checkpoint 30 or so times because of how tricky it was. So the final count for reloads of checkpoints was 66 times overall from the start of the game to the end. But I had some very strict rules though. Wasn't able to use instinct mode, therefore I couldn't see when an enemy knew that another enemy was about to get taken out and things like that. Plus couldn't kill enemies with even like a bow in stealth. I had to kill with melee attacks only. Plus, if I killed an enemy and another enemy saw the dead body, I would have to reload the checkpoint as well. Thanks, Cody. And I thought that for the final Tomb Raider game for the channel for 2023, I would choose my favorite one. So I'm making a bit of a head start on this so that next Friday I can finish the game, and then that'll be the final Tomb Raider game done for 2023. And then the next time I do a Tomb Raider stream, it'll be the remasters of Tomb Raiders 1, 2, and 3. That comes out in February. Yeah, Lucinda, 66 times overall. Yeah, the section that I got a lot of them on was underwater, under the ice, and there were a few holes in the ice that you could pop up from. They weren't like small holes either, and it had like 6 enemies that all had vision goggles on and everything like that. And it was funny because there was a corner that I could climb up the ice on and then go into the corner and they wouldn't even notice me. So it was a bit finicky with their perception and all that kind of stuff. But it was one of those things where I gave it so many attempts and tried different things. But you had to be careful too, because an enemy could see you take an enemy out as well if you weren't careful. But then sometimes the enemy could see you underwater anyway, even if you didn't pop your head up. So, yeah, I probably would still be trying to get it if I didn't create a exception. Ultimately, I decided to make it a combat scenario in which I could use any weapon. Yeah, Schiller could have got up to 69 for the lols. Here we go. Now we can get the tennis ball. Although from the side it's not that shape. We got a lemon. What we do is we combine the sun disk with the sun goddess to get the sun talisman. Or as I forget his character's name now. I'll call him French friend that Lara has. Would be like, he would probably say, talisman. Amulet. Talisman is what he'd probably say. Talisman. I definitely would do a stealth challenge with Shadow of the Tomb Raider as well. So that might be a playthrough I either do for an annual playthrough next year for it, or just out of the blue deciding to play that Tomb Raider game. I say that next year I'm going to do Red Dead Redemption 2 on the weekends, and then one other game all the other days of the week, and just do one other game. But, I'll be like, oh man, I really feel like playing this game. I'll make it a Wednesday game. Oh, I really feel like playing this game. I'll make it a Friday game. And now I'm going the wrong way. In any case, though, at the start of next year, it is going to be still a case of multiple games during the week on different days until things get settled in to a different schedule, because I've got a unique playthrough of Black Flag going where whenever a character tells Edward to meet them in a certain amount of time, I actually wait that amount of time in real life before continuing the story from that point. And the final stream for that playthrough falls on the 6th of January next year, which will make it 4 months since the last stream I did for that playthrough. So there's that. Plus, I want to do my traditional playthrough of the first Alan Wake. I always like to play Alan Wake as the first game I stream at the start of a new year. So I'll be doing that. And then I've also got an annual playthrough of Red Dead Redemption 2 that I want to do. But then I've also got a playthrough of Alan Wake 2 that I want to do, New Game Plus as well. So for a little bit next year, there will be more than one game or more than 2 games on the schedule. But eventually I want to settle into a thing where it's just weekends, Red Dead Redemption 2, and then Monday to Friday, 1 game at a time. There we go. That's where I needed to go. Harbinger, can't wait for 2034 so you can play the final cutscene in London. Yeah, I'm definitely not taking it to that extreme, but imagine if someone were to. That'd be insane. But yeah, the only exception I've made to a certain amount of time not being something that a character says is when Edward is in prison for about 4 months. And so 4 months of real time will be up on the 6th of January. So I'll continue the story in that playthrough from that point on. I made an exception for that one because it was A, doable, B, it wasn't like, you know, 8 or 9, 10 months or years worth, you know. And C, I thought that it would be good to do because it would feel earned given what happens in that memory of Edward's with Mary dying and stuff. Cody, you want to do Alan Wake 2 Game Plus, also New Game Plus also? Me too, Cody, yeah. I wasn't sure when it was going to come out, so I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to put it into my first playthrough that I did in October, but the timing was such, of course, that it took longer than a week or 2 or 3 or 4 for them to actually bring it out with the New Game Plus for it, so. But I'm looking forward to it. Be good to experience the New Game Plus, because I found the combat to be fucking annoying as all fuck in that game, like holy shit. Trying to kill an enemy and Alan has to reload his flashlight in the middle of an enemy teleporting right in front of you and grabbing you to kill you, you know, and not being able to exit out of the animation for reloading the flashlight to shoot, you know. There's things like that. So it'd be good to keep my weapons with whatever strength I've gotten them at. Or whatever sort of... Although I didn't really unlock many ability, like many skills, to be fair, but... I'm going to play it differently this time too, in terms of like... Instead of alternating between the 2 characters as I go through the game, I'm just going to stick with one character when it until such time as it forces you to go to the other character. Which means I'll be playing as Saga until the point in the game where it says you can't do any more as this character now. Now it's Alan's turn. And then in a future playthrough I want to do it the other way around just to see how the narrative feels. Listen, speaking of Alan Wake, you think you might make Alan Wake the next secondary game? Oh, that's really cool that you might do that. That's awesome. Be interesting to see you play through that game. I mean, it's a game from 2010, so there'll definitely be some jank and stuff. But it'll be interesting to see what your thoughts are about the game and also like the story and stuff as you go through. Cody, that would be cool. It would be. Yeah, I always like to see people play through games that, you know, are either new that I've already played or, you know, older games that I've already played just to see what they might think and stuff. Sheila, that's great. You never really got to experience Alan Wake, so you would support this choice? Oh, that's cool, Sheila. Yeah. Yeah, oh, absolutely. And the thing is, too, like, I don't mind if, you know, someone plays through a game that I really loved and ends up not liking it. But sometimes you never know. Like, you might come across gems. Like, I've come across games where I've gone, man, I wish I played this earlier, kind of thing. And then there's some games where you're like, ugh. Like GTA 1, I gave it a try. I gave it a chance. I gave it hours and hours of chances, and I just got to a point where I was like, fuck this game. I'm not going to play the rest of it. It's like it might have been the first entry in the series, and so it's great that it was successful enough to create a franchise from, but for me, the GTA franchise didn't hit its stride until the 3D era. Listen, you already have it. You got it after you saw Alan Wake 2 and figured that you'd like that and want to play the first one first. The version you have, you don't think it's remastered, though. You don't know. If you do, then you'll also get the 2 extra episodes that come with it. Having said that, though, you can still play Alan Wake and then Alan Wake 2 without having played the DLC for Alan Wake 1. Just like you don't have to play Alan Wake American Nightmare to actually play Alan Wake 2. It might probably be good to play Control. I mean, there are some things in the DLC for Control that are related to Alan Wake, which, now having played Alan Wake 2, are good things to know, but I don't know yet if they're things that, you know, not knowing would be of any sort of like deficit if you just went to Alan Wake 2. But I got a feeling that just playing Alan Wake 1, the base game, and then Alan Wake 2 would be, you know, sufficient enough. Like, and this goes for anyone, you know, like if you don't, like if you played the main game and you're like, oh, you know, I've had enough of it. I played the main game, that's it. And then you look at Alan Wake 2 and you're like, this looks like a really good one, I'll play it. I think you can be safe not having played those 2 extra DLC episodes for Alan Wake 1 and stuff. Listen, it can't be as janky as Eternal Evil. I like the idea of having a survival horror game that deals with vampires in that way, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'd give it a try, so thanks for your sacrifice, Lucinda, in playing it for us. You know, you're starting to think that playing janky things might be the new channel theme. Croaked gifted you Ebola. You know, I hadn't actually heard about that game until it was mentioned in your chat. Let alone that there were 3 of them. Lucinda, for honor. It's like, play the jank games so you don't have to. Listen, and now all we've got to do is retrain your brain to laugh at jank instead of get mad at it. I mean, it's definitely understandable to get angry at janky stuff, because it just can be so damn infuriating. See you when you get back, Lucinda.
Miss Croft!
Von Croy.
You sound concerned, my dear. Have you misplaced something?
Nothing I shan't be retrieving at a later date, Lieber.
You know how I admire your perseverance, but I fear this time we may be testing it to the, how would you say, maximum.
Always griping, Werner. If it's the leg causing all this resentment, I seem to remember that being down to your affinity with pulling hazardous levers.
Enough of this tedious banter, Miss Croft. It is time for you to realize... Miss Croft? Now, let us review your sprinting skills.
Now Von Croy has become possessed by Set. Lucinda, welcome back. You had to let the pest control guy in. Now Necro is following him around the house, talking his ear off. Nice one. In any case, it's time for you to get ready to start your day anyway. Hope you have a great rest of your stream. Thank you so much, Lucinda. I definitely will. Thanks for being here. I hope that you have a great start to your stream. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. Is doing a playthrough of a game called Eternal Evil. I think might be finishing it today. I'm not too sure, but that's her secondary game at the moment, alternating week to week from her primary game to secondary. Primary game is Assassin's Creed Odyssey, doing a playthrough of the AC series. We'll also be doing playthroughs of Valhalla as well as Mirage also. A big fan of Resident Evil series, a big fan of Dying Light as well as The Last of Us and Evil Within, as well as Dishonored series. Is a big fan of survival horror games, also stealth and action games of that nature. A great streamer, so highly recommend. Lucinda, yep, you're going to push to finish it today. Well, that's good. I hope it's not too annoying of an experience to get through the rest of the game. You know how some games decide to put like a big bullshit thing right at the end that you have to spend, hours on. Hopefully that's not going to be the case, touch wood. And no worries for the shout out, Lucinda. Absolutely no worries at all. I hope you have a great start to your stream. Hey, Jay. Zed called. The High Consulate from Salaxian 9 wants floor seats for the next Bulls game. Alright, let's put in a call to Dennis Rodman. He's from that planet. Rodman, you're kidding. Nope. Not much of a disguise. So what's that actually from? Harbinger, I don't recognize it. Thanks for redeeming the Arnie impression. Isn't it? Oh yeah, like Daymare. Daymare is like, hey, how about we do this to you? Harbinger, Men in Black 1, is it? Ah, okay. Have not seen that movie for a very, very long time. In fact, I can't even remember the last time I saw it. Listen, it's the idle chatterbugs from the bugs at HQ. Oh, of course, yes, in that scene. Yeah. Now I remember that moment. That's how finicky this section can be. Caught on fire without even the fire touching. I don't know why I keep thinking it's that fucking bloody entrance. Alright, now we need to win this game against that opponent. That bastard. pretty much random. You never know what you're going to get. Never know if it's going to be enough to actually get another turn. I mean, I'm sure you could work it out if you paid attention to what combinations allow what moves, but I've never taken the time to actually try and work that out. There we go. Snake 9080, thank you for the follow.
For I have served the god of light, Horus, at the time of plagues. To read this inscription means that the ruler of
Darkness is free. Set is released to walk abroad amongst the mortals, enlisting his armies of the night to serve him. He who removes the amulet and releases the dark power of Set shall summon the sun god Horus, for only the power of light will again imprison him. By the power of the amulet and armor of Horus shall Set, the ever-living, be confined for all eternity. Summon the light of Horus through the light of the millennial constellations into his temple beneath the ageless pyramid, into his likeness set in stone. With his amulet and his armor, he is once more poised to battle and defeat Set.
I would so love to see a lot of these cutscenes in a remake from the ground up of this game. The things that they could do visually with the visuals and also like the sounds and stuff. Seeing that rendered in modern day graphics. It would be interesting if they added an Easter egg ending in the remaster in case you forgot to pick up all the Horus armor pieces. Oh yeah. Yeah. But imagine though, getting to that point and not realizing. Because it's literally at the end of the game, like... It's not exactly the same thing, but there were those games where when you actually got to the end of the game, you weren't at the end of the game because you had to play it on a higher difficulty to actually get the rest of the game. Or the classic Ghouls and Ghosts things where you had to play through the game, get to the end, and then find out that you have to actually do the whole game all over again. And then when you get to that point again, then you can progress further to get the actual final level, to get the actual ending. I wasn't even paying attention to what the item was when I picked it up. I was just like, go over to the pedestal, take item off, then leave room. It's that one first. Hello, Percenter, welcome. Never heard of this game, but it looks like PlayStation 1 era. Well and truly, Percenter, this game came out in 1999, and it's the fourth game in the series. Which reminds me that next year this game will be celebrating its 25th anniversary, which also means Resident Evil 3 will be celebrating its 25th anniversary, which also means that Silent Hill 1 will be celebrating its 25th anniversary. So there's a few games right there that I need to do anniversary playthroughs for next year. GTA San Andreas is celebrating its 20th next year. Same with Silent Hill 4, as well as Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow. So there's a few other anniversary playthroughs I need to do next year. They just keep piling up. Then there's Assassin's Creed Unity celebrating its 10th anniversary next year, and Alien Isolation celebrating its 10th anniversary. Harbinger, you wanted to redeem an Arnie impression from the Barbie movie, but no matter how hard you try, you can't picture him in it. Hey Ken, come over here. Yo, check this out. Can you lift this car up? Thanks for redeeming the Bane impression, Harbinger.
Vigo! Yeah. When Helen died, I lost everything. Until that dog arrived on my doorstep. A final gift from my wife. In that moment, I received some semblance of hope. An opportunity to grieve on alone. And your son took that from me. Oh God. Stole that from me. Killed that from me. People keep asking if I'm back, and I haven't really had an answer. But now, yeah, I'm thinking I'm back. So you can either hand over your son, or you can die screaming alongside him.
Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. Trying to add a little bit of different inflection while doing that is a bit difficult. I tried to change things up a bit with that. Hey Whiskey, welcome on in. Happy Christmas holidays and best of luck in the new year. Same to you as well, James. Thank you so much for popping in. I hope things are going well. I hope you have a good one as well in the coming weeks. Coming days and weeks. That's right, Harbinger. Yeah. I've seen the first two, but I haven't seen the other ones yet, though. Yeah, I actually liked. I liked what I had seen, Whiskey, of the John Wick movies that I've seen. Yeah, they're doing a fifth one, aren't they, Cody? Yeah. The director of those, he's actually going to be doing the reboot or remake of a movie called Highlander that originally had Christopher Lambert and Sean Connery and also Clancy Brown in it as well. Henry Cavill is going to be playing the main character. James, finally with your family and got free till New Year. So yeah, family Christmas. Oh, hell yeah, that's awesome, dude. That's really good. Yeah, that's right, Whiskey. Yeah, because it was like a spin-off kind of like prequel thing, wasn't it? As well. That's right, yeah. So this is one of the old school classic Tomb Raider games. Ouch. Lara wearing the classic outfit. Something like that. How is the table deciding who will run the hotels and shit like that? Ah. Yeah, I mean, that kind of thing, they really developed a lot of intrigue about that kind of stuff, to actually see what it actually was. And sometimes it's cool to actually find out the origin of things. Yeah, bit of a neck crack. Oh, whoops. Wasn't paying attention. Alright, so that's the one where you can only choose one out of the three things. So I'd rather take the large health kit. Alright, now save. James, but to yourself, you're looking for second season of Reacher. Hope it will come soon so you can download it somewhere. The first one was fucking gold. I never actually saw the series. I only became aware of the character with the Tom Cruise movie, but apparently the character in the novel, or the novels, that was actually based on is not... Well, I guess you could say that... I guess you could put it this way. Tom Cruise is not the person that people would think to actually cast as him. Apparently, the character in the book is described as being not anywhere near what Tom Cruise is. But apparently the actor that they got for the series is more accurate to the novel. First, You Highly Recommend was awesome, and the female cop is cute. Yeah, there's so many series that have come out over the years that I'm very, very selective with the ones that I do watch. It can be difficult to actually find a good show sometimes too that actually maintains interest. Is very accurate to the books in the series. Cool. Alright, I've painted myself into a corner, so I need to use health. So let's get that filled back up and then save again. I'm very hoardy with health kits in these old school Tomb Raider games. I only want to use health when I absolutely must. Because in this game there's plenty of loading screens that you can get your health back in afterwards. Plus, if you're close to the end of the level, you can get your health back for the next level and all that kind of stuff. So I try to not use as many health kits as I possibly can. As a result, end up getting like, 30 big medipacks, 60 small ones. Huh, interesting. He didn't even hit that. Okay, so he hit that. Alright, so that opened that one up. Ah, yeah, so this one here is for that one. Stupid ball. This one is for that one. Alright, I'll worry about that one. James, he's very smug about beating criminals, which you appreciate. Same here, same goes for you in Resident Evil. You hoard so much that even Jill was like, I don't need this anymore. It's like, this is too much. Too many items. Alright, let's see if we can get it to hit this.
Hands on your head. Take me to Von Croy. Where's he headed?
You waste your time.
This attitude problem. You people need to learn some manners. Tell me now, or you've just run out of time.
Alexandria.
Your workforce is about to be delayed.
Cody, that's absolutely no trouble at all. Thank you for being here and for watching and chatting. Really appreciate it. And I hope you enjoy Alan Wake Remastered. Hope you have fun with it. James, Jill and Rebecca are the best waifus in Resident Evil. For you at least, when she's smug about something, you really love it. Cinematic camera being cinematic. Very true. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. There's a certain charm to these FMV sequences from this era of gaming. Cheers, Cody. You have a good one. I'll definitely see you again around Twitch. Let's make a save, and this is actually where I'm going to call it a stream. I wanted to get a head start on this playthrough because this will be the final Tomb Raider game I'm streaming for this year. And so next Friday, I'll be doing another stream of this game. The next stream that you'll see from me will be Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I'm also doing a split stream on Saturdays and Sundays of Assassin's Creed Black Flag. So if you see me streaming Assassin's Creed Odyssey or Black Flag, then you know it's either Saturday or it's Sunday, because they're the two games that I'm streaming on Saturday and Sunday. Just want to thank everyone so much for watching this stream. I really appreciate it. The next stream of this will be next Friday. Gonna go and put that screen on and going to exit the game. Like so. Close some stuff down and do an outro and stuff. Get all this sorted. And have a little bit of music from this game playing. Okay, gonna play all of these ones in a playlist. Whoop. Just turn the volume down on it slightly. There we go, there'll be different variations. Okay, so we are gonna go and raid Lucinda. Lucinda is playing Eternal Evil. That's her secondary game that she's currently working on. Just want to give some shout outs before we raid out. James, yeah, nostalgia kicking hard. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. I was saying before that there's a few like PlayStation 1 era games getting their anniversaries next year, like this game, Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, Silent Hill 1. So it's going to be cool to celebrate those. I'll definitely be doing playthroughs for those. That's okay for the stream, James. No problem at all. Glad that you had fun. Definitely catch you next time. And if I don't see you before Christmas, I hope you have a great one. Hope it goes well, and that you have a great start to your new year as well. No worries, James. And thank you so much as well. I appreciate that too. Would like to highly recommend people check out the following streamers. Crocodiles, who is playing through The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. He's playing through that on the hardest difficulty, but also can't use... he's got the HUD disabled. Sorry, I was going to go into information about the Assassin's Creed streams that he's doing. With Witcher 3, he's playing on the hardest difficulty, and he's also got no HUD, and he's playing Geralt as an evil, greedy bastard. He's also doing a playthrough of the Assassin's Creed series with no HUD at all, and also no fast travel allowed, and also limited looks at the maps. And Mr. Gote is also recommended. He's playing games like Mortal Kombat 11, also a fan of horror games like the Outlast series, as well as games by Supermassive like Until Dawn, their Dark Pictures series, as well as The Quarry. Shillerlock is also a fan of Assassin's Creed, playing through Assassin's Creed Brotherhood with a challenge where if he dies he has to restart the whole game from the start. He did that with Assassin's Creed 2 recently, and he's also going to be doing that with Assassin's Creed Revelations. Also a fan of horror games, he's a big player of Dead by Daylight, as well as the Dark Pictures series also. Carbon is also highly recommended. He does game development streams, and I dropped my controller. He does game development streams, but also Assassin's Creed, playing through Black Flag, and he's also a fan of Pokemon as well. Lidus plays a lot of retro stuff. He's a big fan of Resident Evil, but also old school games in the Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat and Tekken franchises, as well as Streets of Rage. So he's another great streamer, and also highly recommend checking out Tylian. He does a lot of third-person action adventure games like Alan Wake, Control, also Horizon Zero Dawn, as well as Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, to name a few. So I highly recommend checking out all those streams if you haven't before. We're going to go and raid Lucinda. See how she's doing with Eternal Evil. Here's a general raid message that people can feel free to use. Here is one with some free follower emotes included. And I've got another one for subscribers that I'll just set up and put in chat. And that is that there. Just want to thank everyone so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. The next stream of this will be next Friday. The next stream that you'll see from me will be Assassin's Creed Odyssey / Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Either of those two. They're my Saturday and Sunday game this weekend. On Monday, I don't know if I'm streaming on Christmas Day or not, but I'll just work that out. But next week I'll be getting back to Splinter Cell with Splinter Cell Double Agent to continue my annual playthrough series. Hope everyone has a good one, and catch you next time.